Good morning. The second meeting of the Committee on Trade and Industry of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
The honorable officers and members of the Committee on Trade and Industry. Members, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Senator Francis Chis G. Escudero, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Representative Albert S. Garcia, Representative Greg G. Gasataya, Senator Christopher Bongo, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lauren Legarda. I think they adjourned. Representative Oscar Oca G. Malapitan, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Senator Grace Poe, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Representative Jordine Jesus M. Romualdo, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Senator Cynthia A. Villar, ex-officio members, Vice Chairperson, Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Assistant Majority Floor Leader Representative Rotante D. Marcoleta, Minority Floor Leader Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Johnny T. Pimentel. The committee chairperson is present.
Good night. Thank you, Comsec. With 9 members present in person, including the chair, and 1 member present online, with a total of 10 members present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Honorable Guico, you're recognized.
I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the meeting held on December 6, 2022, and consider the same as approved.
There's a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting and consider the same as approved. Is there any objection? There being none, the reading of the minutes of the meeting held on December 6, 2022 is dispensed with, and the same is considered approved. Distinguished members of the Committee on Trade and Industry of the Commission on Appointments, this morning the committee will continue its consideration of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Alfredo Espinosa Pascual as Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. Secretary Pascual, please take the designated seat in front. Madam Secretary of the Commission, Attorney Myra Marie D. Villarica, please inform the committee on relevant information regarding the ad interim appointment under consideration since the previous confirmation hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The current and third ad interim appointment of Secretary Pascual, dated December 16, 2022, was received by the Secretariat on January 10, 2023. The same was referred to the Committee on Trade and Industry also on January 10, 2023 by the Commission Chairperson, Senate President Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri, pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. The additional documents and information requested by Senator Amy R. Marcos, the roadmaps of the garment and electronics, as well as the roadmap of the electric vehicle manufacturing industry, have been submitted by Secretary Pascual and transmitted to the members on December 12, 2022. Also, Mr. Chairperson, the Secretariat received 61 endorsements supporting the confirmation of Secretary Pascual from various groups, associations, and organizations. The members of this committee have been furnished copies of the said documents. The appointment of Secretary Pascual is opposed by Ms. Genevieve Win Agabao, Ms. Frida Judith Milan, Mr. Emelindo Orillanedo, and Mr. Melvin Jones Paniza, all employees of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, PEZA, in relation to the alleged inhumane and unlawful acts of DTI Secretary Pascual when he designated Deputy Director General Mr. Tereso Panga as officer in charge of PEZA. Last Monday, January 30th at 2:10 p.m., the Secretariat received supplemental documents from the oppositors in support of their opposition. The members and appointee were likewise furnished copies of the said documents. The oppositors were invited and are present in today's committee hearing. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Attorney Myra. The chair would like to remind that our appointee is under oath. The appointee is now ready to respond to the inquiries of the committee members, if any. May I recognize? No, naka-oath na siya last time. Yes. May I recognize Congressman Padiernos?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. said that DTI should come up with a system that will connect the micro, small, and medium enterprise, MSMEs, with the private financiers and investors to help them sustain and grow their business. Mr. Secretary, maaari po ba nating malaman ng ating nominee kung ano po ang kanyang konkretong plano upang katuparan ang mga bagay na ito. Pasensya na kayo.
Salamat po, Your Honor. Tayo ay nasa DTI, ngunit meron tayong isang attached agency, yung SB Corporation or Small Business Corporation or SB Corp for short. Sila yung may mga programa na nagbibigay ng financing sa mga maliliit na negosyante, mga MSMEs. Meron silang loans na binibigay nung nakaraang pandemya, meron pa rin binigay grant para yung mga nagsara na negosyo nung pandemic ay makabangon muli. Doon naman, meron pa tayong isang attached agency, yung National Development Company or NDC, na ngayon ay nagtatayo ng tinatawag na Startup Venture Fund na magbibigay tulong sa mga maliliit na negosyo na gustong magpalaki ng kanilang operasyon. Maliban sa financing, meron din tayong mga negosyo centers sa iba't ibang probinsya na nagbibigay ng mentoring at consultancy services sa mga MSMEs. At nagkukonect doon sa mga maliliit na negosyante sa malaking kumpanya para magkaroon sila ng linkage. Maaring yung small company magiging supplier ng malaking kumpanya o magiging distributor ng malaking kumpanya. So, meron tayong iba't ibang pamamaraan na makatulong sa mga maliliit na negosyo.
Mr. Chair, so far, I believe doon sa mga plano po ni Secretary, and Mr. Secretary, you got my support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Padiernos.
Salamat po.
Before we proceed, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Cynthia Villar. At this point, I would like to recognize Congresswoman Lani Mercado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Secretary Pascual. Nakakabahala na po ang pagtaas ng mga presyo ng mga bilihin ngayon. Recently, tumaas ang sibuyas, kahapon bawang. Tapos ngayon may nakita po tayong lumalabas na mga litrato na ang kamatis ay tinatapon na lang sa gilid ng mga kabundukan. So I think there is an issue of overproduction but it is not sold in the market. What are the plans or movements that you've been doing since we have been experiencing this kind of problem for quite a few months already, Mr. Secretary?
Your Honor, ang agricultural crops po, mga produktong galing sa mga farms, ay nasa jurisdiction ng Department of Agriculture. Pero ang DTI, dahil kami yung merong mga puwersa o mga tao na nakapag-monitor sa mga palengke at supermarket, tinutulungan namin ang Department of Agriculture sa pag-monitor ng mga presyo. Kung nag-iikot nga kami ng palengke, may kasama kaming representative ng Department of Agriculture. Iniimbestigahan nga namin po itong nangyayari, kamukha doon sa sibuyas na biglang tumaas. Maraming kadahilanan ang nakikita namin. Unang-una, buhat sa farm gate hanggang sa outlet, for example, sa palengke o sa supermarket, maraming steps, maraming traders na dinadaanan na bawat salin ng produkto nagpapatong. Kaya pataas ang pataas hanggang makarating sa consumer. Ang isang solusyon na inaayos namin, na napag-usapan namin doon sa isang tulong ng National Price Coordinating Council na ako ang chairman, at ang gagawin namin eksperimento o trial, i-connect namin yung isang farm sa probinsya sa isang institutional buyer na diretso yung transaksyon, i-cut out yung mga middleman. Hindi pa naumpisahan nito kasi hindi pa nag-umpisa yung harvest ng produkto na pinag-uusapan namin. Sa February, March, April pa ang harvest. Pero inaayos na namin yung sistema kung paano gagawin yon. Ang isa pang nangyayari kasi, yung mga farmers pag harvest nila ng halimbawa sibuyas, presado sila magbenta kaagad dahil walang mapaglagyan na cold storage. Kaya pag presado kang magbenta, yung presyo, under pressure din. Pero, mababa ang kuha sa farmers, pero yun na nga, pag nagsalin-salin hanggang makarating sa consumer, nagpapatong-patong yung mga margins na tumataas. So kailangan maayos natin yung supply chain ng agricultural products. Kausap ko ang Department of Information Communication Technology para gumamit kami ng digital technology para masundan yung agos o flow ng mga agricultural harvest. Sinuggest dito doon sa isa pang earlier meeting ng National Price Coordinating Council nung private sector representative, na kailangan i-track para mabantayan yung presyo at yung supply. Ang isa pang mangyayari, pag kontrolado ng traders ang supply, kung minsan pwede nilang i-manage yung release sa market. Dahil nga kung meron silang staying, meron holding period nila malaki kung nasa cold storage yung produkto. So pwede nilang i-manage yung pag-release ng supply. So, yun din, kung yun masosolve, maaaring maging hindi kasi pag nag-create ng artificial shortage, tataas ang presyo. Pwedeng sabihin, hoarding yun, pero may pag-iimbestigahan pa yan. Baka ko rin makipagtulungan sa Philippine Competition Commission. Pinag-aralan namin yung batas na nagbumubuo sa Philippine Competition Commission. Meron silang mga authority para ma-enforce yung ating batas laban sa hoarding, for example, sa pag-operate as a cartel. Bawa yung mga trader nagkausap-usap, agree sila. Bawa sa farm gate, pagpunta ng mga traders doon, agree sila, itong presyo natin kukunin, pare-pareho tayo, walang choice yung farmer, no? Tapos sa market naman, pag-release nila na itong presyo nating i-charge sa mga retailers, for example, wet market vendors o sa supermarket, ito yun. Yun maaaring, hindi ko sinasabing cartel operation yun, pero pwedeng tignan ng Philippine Competition Commission. Yun pa isang solusyon na tinitignan natin.
It seems, Mr. Secretary, that the problem now, Mr. Chair, that ang solusyon na ginagawa na lang ng pamahalaan is to export to other countries or import products coming from other countries para mapababa ang presyo ng bilihin. Ang kakompetensya ng, for example, Taiwanese na bawang, Filipino bawang, na alam nating mas malasa yung ani ng farmers po ng Pilipino, but we are pressed to buy the ones sent to us by Taiwan because it is cheaper. So nakakalungkot po itong ganitong scenario. Instead of protecting our own products and our own producers, the only solution that government is now doing is to get products coming from other countries. Ano po ang opinion niyo po tungkol dito?
Hindi naman po yun lang ang ginagawa ng pamahalaan dahil lang sa aming mga discussions, klaro naman na yung Department of Agriculture talaga may mga programa para paasin ang productivity ng mga farms. So kung ang productivity mataas, ang harvest nila magiging bastante o sufficient para ma-meet yung local demand. So hindi na kailangan ng importation. Provided nga mamamanage yung supply chain na mag-function based on free market forces.
Last question, Mr. Chair. What are the preparations for the global economic crisis and impending crash of the US dollar? Kasi kahit papaano, this has a very big effect on us. We have been importing basic commodities. Are we ready in case our exporting countries will close their economy and become protectionists? Papaano po kaya tayo, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair?
Ang ginagawa ng pamahalaan niya at palagi natin naririnig ay yung food security. Kasi mawala na lahat basta nakakain tayo ng sufisyente para maitawid ang buhay sa araw-araw. Kaya yun ang priority. Yung food security, maraming kombinasyon yan. Yung farm productivity nga, itataas yung production ng mga farms natin. At yung big arrangement with other countries, halimbawa, kung magka-problema tayo sa harvest ng rice, na meron tayong partner country o kausap na nating bansa na meron palaging surplus ng production, makakakuha tayo. So, kaya napaka-importante yung relationship natin sa region, particularly sa ASEAN, na bumubuo ng mga bansang nasa Southeast Asia.
That is all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you, Honorable Mercado. At this point, may I recognize Representative Chiquiting Segarbarria?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. Mr. Secretary, one of the biggest problems of farmers is the availability of roads and, of course, transportation, bringing their produce from the farm to the market. Then previously, I don't know if it is still there, DTI used to have this very beautiful program which we call Roll It. Do you believe in it, or are you still on the premise of continuing the Roll It program? Or are you willing or decided to stop? Because as of this year, when I saw the GAA, it seems like it's the amount that is there is very, very little or very small compared to the previous year. So I believe you have been in the office for quite some time now. So how do you look at it? Are you willing to continue it, stop it, protect it, or help the farmers in a way? Because the roll-it program has really helped the farmers bringing the produce from the farmland to the market. All over the country, I've noticed it. That's a question, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, maganda yung tinukoy niyong programa. Yung tinatawag natin tong convergence program, ano? Yung pagkakatulong-tulong ng mga magkakaibang departamento sa pamahalaan para maisagawa ang isang proyekto na makakatulong sa requirements nga ng agriculture. Meron din tayo yan sa tourism, ano? Yung convergence program. Sa agriculture, ito yung farm to market road na nabanggit nyo. Tuloy po itong programang ito. At palagi po namin napag-uusapan yan sa mga meeting ng gabinete dahil doon kami nakikita-kita ng mga ibang sekretary na kausap namin para sa convergence program nito o roll-it ang acronym na ginagamit. Ano.
Is there enough fund or budget for 2023 for such a program? Roll-it, specifically helping the farmers and bringing the produce to the market? As of now, this year, budget year 2023?
Kung ano po yung inallocate, pagkakasyahin natin, siyempre naman, ang budget, actually, hindi hawak ng DTI. Ano? Kami lang yung nagtuturo sa DTI kung saan DTI nagtuturo sa DPWH kung saan gagawin yung kalsada. So, ang budget nasa DPWH.
You have no control on it, on the budget?
May control kami po sa pagsasabi kung ano yung gagawin.
Yeah, so in other words, you decide where to put it. It's DTI who decides where to put such a budget for a certain program which is being determined by your office. So are you gonna push for it? Gonna continue on it? So we can really help, especially farmers that we see now all the time in the newspapers that the prices of commodities are really going up.
Push po natin yan, ano? Napaka-importante kasi yan. So, ang sinisigurado natin, kung ano yung budget na binigay, magamit.
Okay, so that's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sigarbaria. At this point, the chair would like to acknowledge, to recognize Senator Nancy Binay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question po, Secretary. During the last Congress, pinasa po namin yung Retail Liberalization Act. Can we just get an update kung meron, ano ba, naka-encourage ho ba ito ng mga investors from abroad? I mean, the past few months, you've been selling our country sa ibang bansa. Gusto lang ko na malaman kung may papasok ba tayong mga investors because of this law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Pakiulit lang, Your Honor, yung ano yung law na...
Yung Retail Liberalization Act?
Retail Trade
Yes po.
Liberalization, oo. Yung Retail Trade Liberalization Act, pinaluwag ang regulasyon natin para makapasok yung mga foreign retailers. Ano? Binaba yung capitalization requirement para pagtatayo ng negosyo at yung pagdagdag ng mga branches. Ano? Makakatulong to dahil yung unang-una, papasok yung foreign investment dito. So meron tayong foreign exchange flow. Pangalawa, yung mga technology na ginagamit sa ibang bansa ng mga retailers, may introduce dito sa domestic market natin.
Gusto lang ho namin, gusto ko lang ho ng update kung meron ho ba tayong mga companies abroad na papasok ngayon sa ating bansa because of this new law that we all passed during the last Congress. And kasi hindi ho ba ito naging bahagi nung mga binibenta nyo dun sa mga biyahe nyo abroad, yung mga state visit, dun sa, hindi ho ba ito kasama dun? Kasi ang naririnig lang ho namin palagi is parang yung Maharlika Fund. But I mean, during the last Congress, we passed yung amendment sa PSA, we passed yung itong retail trade liberalization kasi paulit-ulit ho sinasabi sa amin ng executive na ito yung mag-i-encourage para pumasok yung mas maraming investors sa ating bansa. So, ako lang ho is gusto ko lang ho malaman kung meron ba talagang ganung epekto itong pagpasa namin.
Yung mga batas na yun, may epekto, lalo na, bibigay ko example na lang, yung sa amendment ng PSA, Public Service Act. Yung mga nagtatayo ngayon ng mga telecommunications tower, biglang buhos ang construction ng telecommunications tower. So, ma-improve yung internet connectivity natin across the country. Pati yung mga remote areas, makukonect na sila, magiging accessible na sa kanila yung internet. Marami yan. I know at least 3 American companies na pumasok dito. Yung sa renewable energy naman, yung meron tayong Renewable Energy Act na napasa few years back, pero na-clarify ngayon na pwedeng up to 100% ownership yung renewable energy projects, including wind, solar, at saka tidal energy. Doon sa China, nung andun kami, halos kalahati nung mga nag-express ng interest in terms of amount related sa renewable energy. Nung isang gabi lang, kausap ko yung isang prospective investor natin sa Copenhagen. Nag-Zoom meeting kami. At pinag-usapan namin yung project nilang offshore wind project sa Ilocos. They will use yung mga floating windmills. Malaki pong tulong yung mga naipasang batas na tinutukoy natin dito.
Sa retail pa, wala pang nag-e-express ng interest.
Sa record ko, wala pang nakikita. Pero may discussions ang BOI sa mga Japanese retail chain. Pagpunta namin next week sa Japan, may mga kausap kami na Japanese retailer. Alam niyo naman, yung mga Japanese retailers napaka popular, kahit sa mga Pilipino. Kung madadala natin dito yan, siguro hindi na sila babiyahe sa Japan para mamili. Pero merong expression ng interest. Na ipupruso namin pag napunta kami sa Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Nancy. So, there being no more queries, yes, sorry, may I recognize Senator Cynthia Villar.
I just want to ask the Secretary of Trade, ano ang opinion niyo dun sa pag-impose ng price control? Kasi based on our investigation, ang puhunan sa onion is 25 pesos per kilo. Tapos binibenta nilang 600. What happened along the way? Hindi ba dapat kung 600 na yon ipa-price control na yon? Kasi talagang abuses ng trader yon, di ba? You being the Secretary of Trade and Industry, dapat itong mga ganitong dapat ma-prevent na natin to. Kasi miski isipin mo kung 25 pesos per kilo ang puhunan, how can binebenta yun ng 600? There must be something wrong na. What do you think of that? Gusto ko lang malaman sa inyo yung yung opinion nyo na pag sumusobra na yung prices, magpa-price control na tayo kung hindi na siya reasonable, because I find that kind of prices unreasonable.
Tama po yung observation na talagang unreasonable yung retail price compared sa farm gate price. Nung huli kaming umikot sa palengke, pinag-uusapan na namin yan. Saan natin gagawin yung control? Kasi yung mga retailer sa palengke, kumukuha lang yan sa mga wholesaler at nagtutubo lang sila ng mga 8 to 9%. Kung yun ang kukontrolin natin sa retail level, hindi siguro mag-work yung price control. Ay, ang kamukha nung describe ko nga kanina, ang nakita naming solusyon, i-link yung farms where the harvests are made with institutional buyers para maging more efficient yung supply chain. Ano? Na hindi maraming salin at maraming patong bawat salin sa mga iba't ibang trader along the way.
Lahat naman tayo, yan ang solution to improve the supply chain, di ba? But that will take time because it will involve empowering the farmers. Katulad ng mga rice farmers, nagbibigay kami ng machine para yung kanilang palay pumunta ng rice tapos diretso na sila sa market para wala ng trader. Kaya ganon. It will involve processing. Kasi pag halimbawa binabarat ka ng trader, meron kang alternative to process and bring it to the market some other way. Oo. Kaya lang, hindi ba obvious naman yung 600 na yon? Biski, parang pag inalaw natin yon, talagang grabe na talaga and you don't notice na sunod-sunod na sila. Like for example, nangyari sa onion, may publicity sa egg, may publicity sa bawang, may publicity. Parang merong parang meron ng and it's parang sinasadya na kasi too much. Sana kung isang crop lang biglang na ganon, you can say na yung sector na ganon yun ang ginawa. Oo. But ngayon, lahat na. So, we must do something more serious about this kasi parang it's a pattern. It's a pattern na ngayon pa na time na binababa natin na inflation, gaganyanin tayo. Hindi ba, magagawa ba nila yan without the government na makontrol yan? Parang I cannot imagine that it can be done without the tolerance of the government.
Your Honor, nabanggit ko kanina yung role ng Philippine Competition Commission. Kausap ko na yung bagong appointed na head ng Philippine Competition Commission na pag-uusapan namin kung paano gagamitin yung power ng PCC para ma-address yung issue ng baka may sabwatan na nangyayari. Kaya napapataas yung presyo ng produkto pagdating sa retail. I think pwede natin gamitin yung full force of the law, ika nga, dahil meron naman tayong batas na talagang pwedeng ma-address yung ganyang practice. Pero hindi po mahirap kung price control sa retail na hindi naman makontrol yung supply sa kanila, yung presyo ng supply sa kanila. Kaya kailangan pupuntahan natin kung saan talaga nanggagaling yung supply sa retail.
Hindi ko lang ma-imagine why hindi makontrol. I have been chairman of the Committee on Agriculture and Food for so long, for 10 years, and identified yung mga tao. We have identified them. Bakit walang, sinasabi na namin kung sino but walang nangyayari, di ba? If there's no relationship between the government and these people, bakit alam naman kung sino, hindi mapigil? They have been identified for so long, since 2013, nandito na ako. Sinabi na yung mga pangalan. Bakit walang nangyayari? Kasi pag walang nangyari sa kanila, then it is encouraged. Pag nagkakaproblema ng ganito, naglalaylo, tapos bababa, tapos pag nalimutan na ng mga tao, babalik na naman. It has been going on over and over again. Why not gumawa naman tayo ng program na ma-discourage naman sila from doing this continuously, di ba? Kasi pag ganito, parang miski ako nawawala na ng pag-asa. 'Di ba? Alam naman kung sino, alam kung ano ginagawa, bakit hindi mag-ano ng program na ma-stop ito, 'di ba? Ma-minimize, hindi naman natin completely stop. Tayo naman okay lang sa atin kumita, but not from 25 centavos na 25 pesos per kilo na puhunan pupunta ng 600. Wala naman business na ganong kagrabe, 'di ba? We are in business, we're not allowed to do that. Oh, parang sa amin nung nag-aaral kami ng business, yung 20% return on investment, okay na yon basta ang loans mo, you're just paying around 8%, 'di ba? As long as your return on investment can pay for the interest on loans, okay ka na as an investor. Ito naman masyado na to, 'di ba? It's not anymore a normal business practice. This is a crime. This is a crime, and we should do something in stopping this crime, 'di ba? Crime na to kasi from 25 pesos per kilo magiging 600. Meron bang product na ganon? I'm sure marami sa atin may small businesses din tayo. We never do that, 'di ba? Oh, this is already abuse of abusive practices na to. So I hope I'm just asking what you intend to do about this kasi this is been going on for years and it hasn't stopped and nothing is done about it.
Your Honor, yan po ang takbo ng usapan namin sinasabi ko doon sa meeting namin ang National Price Coordinating Council. At doon nga pumasok yung idea na gamitin na yung full force of the law under the PCC, Philippine Competition Commission.
I have seen yung parang yung Philippine Competition Commission para silang hindi naman strong dito yung trade practices na to. Parang hindi dito yung focus nila mas sila ewan ko. Tinitingnan ko yung mga kaso nila mas corporation o hindi sila big businesses, hindi sila traders, hindi sila traders. And I hope being the Secretary of Trade and Industry, trade is your supposed to be diyan ka magfo-focus. I hope we can do something about this. Hindi nakita ko yung mga cases ng Philippine Competition Commission, hindi dito sa mga trader na to nakafocus
Kaya nga po, i-direct namin, Your Honor. Since akong chairman ng National Price Coordinating Council, ako po ang tutulak nun.
Thank you very much. I hope we will see something different in the future about these practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Pero kailangan po ang support ng the whole government, including Congress, kung kailangan ng legislative support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. At this point,
I just want to inform you that we've always been active in legislative support. In fact, one of our is the non-implementation of our legislative support. Like for example, when we passed this large-scale agricultural smuggling as economic sabotage and unbailable, kinwalify namin na 1 million worth of agricultural products other than rice, kasi yung nilagay sa rice 10 million, but everything else is 1 million. Lahat ng nahuli nila is within that range. Tapos walang nakasuhan. Kasi kaya namin gusto yung it's economic sabotage and unbailable kasi hindi ba naaayos nga sa court yan. We're hoping na kung makulong sila habang tinatry yung court, ma-discourage na sila kasi syempre mayayaman yan, ayaw naman niya makulong. Kaso walang nakulong. Tapos sinabi sa amin na ang BOC daw ang magdi-determine if it's economic sabotage or not. Very clear sa law, it's 1 million for any agricultural products and 10 million for rice. Lahat na nabasa ko sa dyaryo, nagko-qualify doon. And yet, miski isa walang na bigyan ng kaso na large-scale agricultural smuggling is economic sabotage and unbailable. Wala akong nadinig na nakulong dun sa, ang dami-daming nahuli. Oo, so what happened along the way? So parang hindi enough yung legislative support natin pag masama yung implementation, di ba? So rest assured that we're always
Thank you, Senator Villar. At this point, the chair would like to recognize our Senate President, Juan Miguel Mig Zubiri.
Hello, good morning, Sec. Long time no see. We just saw each other last night. My dear colleagues, magandang umaga po. I just want to follow through with what Senator Villar said. Yesterday, I was in a YPO forum, the Young Presidents Organizations Forum. And then in the beginning, to break the ice, they asked us fast talk, Boy Abunda style. What we will ask you, what's the first thing that comes? They'll say one word, and what comes into your mind, immediately you must react. Believe it or not, yung akin, tinanong sa akin, onions. Ang sagot ko, garlic. And the reason why sinagot ko yung garlic, kasi nung gabing yun, and I told you this last night, I was alarmed because the night before, which was I think Monday night, there was a spike in onion and garlic prices from 100 to 400. Diyos ko po, 400 pesos. And then they were saying, yung Taiwanese garlic is 100 pesos. This seems to be the pattern, Secretary, in as mentioned by our distinguished chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, parang naging pattern na po ito sa produkto. What is next? Galunggong? Is it, ano bang basic commodities natin? Yung rice, na-control na natin eh. Yung rice na we were able to control it, no, with many measures. Measure of Tita Cynthia, and of course, former President Duterte was able to control the prices of rice from between 30 pesos to 40 pesos. Eh kung hindi natin nagawa yun, baka naging 200 na rin yung presyo ng 1 kilong bigas. So, I was listening earlier online when I was on my way here. You had answered that is the realm of the DA. You are correct, Your Honor, when you say it's the realm of the DA, but only on the production side. Once it leaves the market, once it leaves to the market, once it enters the market, responsibility na po yan ng DTI. DTI na yan. We know this because we work with a lot of DTI secretaries. I've been here since the Estrada administration, so I've seen many presidents and many secretaries of the DTI, and really, price monitoring, your secretary, is your job. And I say this because it frustrates us. Dahil it will affect the ratings of the president, the trust ratings of the president with the people. Magkakaroon ng problema yan. And remember, we had a discussion one time, and Senator Mark Villar, the son of our distinguished colleague here, had mentioned to you that the only time that President Duterte's ratings had dropped by double digits was when, due to the high prices of rice. 2018. Nagkagulo-gulo na, nagpapanik na yung kabinete. So, Secretary, itong sa 400 pesos per kilo of garlic, obviously, I asked Senator Amy Marcos kasi Ilocos is the garlic capital of the Philippines. You know, it's not, of course, there's no law yet, but it's it's being known as the garlic capital of the North. Ang sabi niya, benta nila dun ng mga farmers, farm gate is less than 100 pesos per kilo. Ano nangyari? Nagkaroon ng 300 peso difference between picking it up in Ilocos Norte and bringing it into the markets in Quezon City and Manila. Ay, that's predatory pricing. That is illegal, immoral, unethical, and the full force of the law should take effect there. And we are bringing this to you because we are also the representatives of the people, both the Senate and the House of Representatives, and it's quite alarming. Yung itlog po, Secretary, tinanong ko yung aking mga kasamahan kasi barkada ko sa Mindanao, our egg producers, swine, poultry, and cattle.
Ang presyo ng itlog dun per piece is ang mga 4 pesos lang po, 3.75, 4 pesos. Nung naging 8 pesos nga, kinongratulate ko, kinantsawan ko, mag-blowout ka nga kayo, mag-blowout nga kayo. Ang sabi nila, hindi mix, wala kaming increase dito. We have the same pricing in Mindanao. It has not increased. Naman sa Luzon, wala tayong, and this is a question for the DA, no? Wala tayong bird flu pandemic, di ba? Hindi naman namatay lahat ng ibon ng ating mga poultry farms dito.
Just want to inform you, Senate President, that the egg capital of the Philippines is in Batangas.
You
San Jose,
passed that law.
Batangas. I
Yeah.
passed that law because they produce 30% of the egg
Eggs.
needs of the Philippines. And another big one is, what you call this, Northern Cebu. Marami ding egg yun. Di ba?
Bantayan.
Bantayan. Yeah. Kaya ako pinasyon, sobra-sobra daw ang egg nila, nag-produce sila ng powder egg. Kaya ako amazed sa kanila that they can respond to problem. Hindi daw mabili lahat yung egg nila. Pinowder nila and sinusupply nila
Kaya nga ma'am, with that
manufacturing.
statement of yours, ibig sabihin,
Walang
wala silang shortage dun sa Batangas. Tapos naging doble yung presyo. People are taking advantage, nagsasamantala po ang mga ibang tao. Kaya hindi ko po masisi ang ating Pangulo kung mapapa-import siya ng produkto. Because it's not fair to the Philippines. I'm a farmer by education and profession. So I am leaning always towards the farmers. Diba? Pinaglalaba ko yung sugar farmers, etc. Pero pag sumusobra naman talaga, the President's hands are tied. Nakatali yun. Kasi yung importante, the primordial concern of the President is the general population. Diba? So, pag tumaas ang presyo to a certain point, mapipilitan talaga siya mag-import. Unfortunately, no, for us farmers. But I understand as a public servant, kailangan mo gawin yan kasi yung tao, yung kawawa dyan ng taong bayan na namimili po sa merkado. So let me ask you again, Mr. Secretary, what are your plans, particularly ito lang, on the pricing of eggs and garlic? Ito garlic talagang, alam mo ano sinabi nila yung on the Filipino cooking, it's they call it the trinity of Filipino cooking. It's bawang, sibuyas, at ano isa? Kamatis. Yun, panggisa. Yun yung trinity of Filipino cooking. So, talagang pag umakyat to, ng katakot-takot na presyo, magre-react yung publiko. So, Secretary, again, I don't want to sound like a broken record. I'm sure you mentioned this to Senator Villar, but I'd like to hear it straight from you again, once again. The specific plans, kasi pricing is in your mandate, price monitoring. Do you have a task force? Will you be setting up a task force? Will you be getting into this right away? Will you be having your people go look into this and file cases also for price manipulation? Baka hindi nila alam. Baka yung trader na namimili doon, isang 10-wheeler truck pupunta doon, bibili ng 100, bababa niya sa Manila, 100 na, baka hindi niya alam may batas. Di ba, Secretary? So, may you again enlighten the committee on what your plans and programs are. Specific po.
Ang una pong ginawa ko ay sa isang meeting namin sa Malacanang, kasama ang DA, Department of Agriculture, at saka ang DTI, pinag-usapan nga yung prices. Kilaro namin, sinabi ko sa Pangulo, na ang Department of Agriculture magpo-focus sa farm productivity, farm. Paglabas sa farm, kami na ang hahawak. Kasi dati hindi klaro po yun eh. Tuwing lumalakad kami, involving agricultural crops, kasama namin yung taga-Department of Agriculture. Ano? Pero kinlaro na namin yung division of function. Ano? So paglabas sa farm, ang DTI na ang mag-monitor at mag-enforce ng batas para ma-address nga yung mga nagiging problema natin sa price and supply. Magkasama po yun eh, yung price and supply. Pangalawa, pinulong ko po yung National Price Coordinating Council para mapag-usapan itong problema na to at magkasundo sa solusyon. Isang napagkasundoan nga namin, yung binanggit ko na rin kanina, ililink yung farmers directly sa institutional buyers para ma-minimize yung role ng middlemen. At saka pati yung farmers magkaroon ng option. Kasi ang nangyayari, kinikwento sa amin, yung isang mayor ng town na producer ng garlic, pumunta po kinibitahan lang namin sa opisina namin sa DTI, para i-describe ko ano po yung nangyayari. Ang sabi niya, pag harvest time na, darating yung mga traders, pare-pareho ang presyong kino-quote. Tapos, walang choice sila kung hindi magbenta sa trader kasi wala silang access sa cold storage. May cold storage doon pero pre-contracted na ng trader. So, yun ang sitwasyon. Kaya ang isang solusyon, yun nga, i-connect yung farmers o farmer groups o farmer cooperative directly sa institutional buyer. Pag sabi ko institutional buyer, ito yung mga negosyo na mayroong mga chain of retailers, mga supermarkets, for example. Para lang ma-demonstrate, para magbigay ng kompetisyon doon sa mga trader. Hindi ba natin pwedeng sakupin lahat yun? Kailangan pakita lang natin na merong pamamaraan na pwedeng i-arrange ang gobyerno.
Maybe you could call, Secretary, you're on the right track. You're on the right track. Is cooperative still under you or is it back to the office of the president?
Ano po ito?
Yung CDA.
CDA po under pa rin sa DTI?
Yes. I was the chairman of the Cooperatives Committee since 2007. I gave it up, then nag-president po ako. It's now with Senator Amy Marcos. But during that time, I had an opportunity. At ang namimigay na nga lang ng award na yan sa mga kooperatiba, si Tita Cynthia, si Ma'am Cynthia Villar, in her CPAG Awards. Land Bank, tinigil ni Secretary Dominguez dahil expense daw. Babalik na naman daw ni Ma'am Cecil Borromeo, nakausap ko siya para mainganyo ulit yung kooperatiba na gumalaw at mapaganda yung kanilang efficient and effective plans and programs. Tap the cooperatives. Napakaraming kooperatiba dyan na farmers cooperatives. They're under your wing. Do what they do in Korea. In Korea, and sana you can take a visit to Korea, the biggest grocery chain in Korea is owned by farmers cooperatives in Korea. Integrated Federations of Farming Cooperatives. Lahat ng produkto nila, dinadala nila dun sa merkado, sa iba't ibang sulok ng Korea, ng South Korea. And that's why wala na sila masyadong trader, sila na rin nag-retail sa kanilang produkto. Of course, some cooperatives cannot afford that. But you're on the right track. By connecting these cooperatives and farmers organizations to SM, they have Save More. Isa na kakausapin nyo lang dyan. Si Ma'am Tessie, either si Ma'am Tessie or si Hansi. Kakausapin mo dyan. That we see all the time in all our functions. Kausapin mo si Lance Gokongwei for Robina. May mga markets dyan. Yung may mga grocery. Yung grocery ni Ma'am Cynthia Villar, pwede na ilagay doon. You can hook up with the son. And then yung, sino pa isa?
Pure gold.
Pure gold.
Yes, sir.
Kasi pag meron ng merkadong ganun, at yan yung pricing sa supermarkets, di masasabi mo na, kayo mga trader, mag-ingat kayo dahil ngayon ang presyo ng garlic ay 120 pesos doon or 130 pesos dito sa mga outlets na ito. So the people now will move to the supermarkets to buy cheaper garlic and everybody else is forced to bring their pricing down. No? I think that is a good first step, Secretary, on doing so. But what is important there is your monitoring. Kasi syempre, kailangan mo makita yung spikes. So every week, siguro every Monday, boss, sisilipin mo yung listahan na ganito, yung bantay presyo. Galing ba to sa inyo? Yung bantay presyo, at titignan mo, last week, ganito. Bakit naman ganito this week? Ayan, pwede na natin gawa ng paraan na may benta yan directly to the markets. Your opinion, Secretary?
Your Honor, tama po yung sinabi nyo. Kausap na po namin yung mga sinabi nyong supermarket chain. hindi pa lang namin ina-announce nga dahil nga, siyempre, sana bibigay namin pero naging public na. Wala tayong magagawa. Kundi,
Gawin mo pa rin,
gawin na lang.
Secretary.
Hindi,
Gawin niyo pa rin.
na-announce ngayon.
Remember, Secretary, ang binigay nating mga lupa because of land reform is 2 hectares and below. So, with the 2 hectares, you cannot deal with supermarkets and there should be, tama yung sinasabi niya, that farmers should be formed into co-op para may economies of scale sila. And in fact, in all the laws that we wrote, ang bibigyan lang ng processing equipment would be co-op. Kasi in practical namang ibigay sa isang farmer na 2 hectares. Napakamahal ng processing equipment. In fact, nagtayo ako ng dairy. Sabi sa akin, to justify a dairy processing, you have to have 50 carabaos. Kaya I bought 50 carabaos. But it took me 2 years to buy 50 carabaos kasi walang carabao na ipinagbibili dito sa Pilipinas. But that's the case. You have to have the economies of scale to justify the machine. Para may processing machine yung mga tao. Like for example, the farmers, Philmec is giving dryer and milling machine. But if 2 hectares yun, kaya ba yun na i-justify yung drying and milling? So they have to form a co-op or association and give the machine to the co-op and association to be used by all the members. That's why very important yung CDA. Kasi maraming farmer natin walang co-op eh. Yun lang ang pwede nilang mag-economies of scale sila kasi ang mga binigay sa land reform, 2 hectares and below. Hindi ba? 1.6 million rice farmer is owning 2 hectares and below. Paano magkakaroon na economies of scale yon kung walang co-op? Kaya, and co-op is under you, so you have to see to it that the CDA will form co-op of farmers para yung sinasabi mo na yung value chain maging effective. It should be done by the co-op kasi kung yung individual farmers, hindi nila kaya yon. In fact, dapat yung maghe-head ng co-op, siya lang yung marunong din para gawin niya yon. Kasi kung aasahan natin yung individual farmers, they don't know how to do it.
Sino ba, to follow up the question of the statement also of Tita Cynthia, Ma'am Cynthia Villar, sino head ng co-op natin na yun, the CDA? I haven't... would you know, Secretary? I mean, he's under you.
Si Encobo.
Incobo pa rin. Incobo pa rin.
Ang gusto ko lang sabihin na, Your Honor, unang-una kong meeting kay head ng CDA, ang instruction ko sa kanya, focus on farm cooperatives. Kasi ang dami ng sari-saring cooperatives yung pinapasok nila, credit cooperative, mga market cooperative.
Secretary, kaya pinagbibili nila sa traders, dun sa traders sila nangungutang. And yun ang hold ng trader sa farmer. Pero pag nangutang ka ng 5-6, wala ka ng pag-asang kumita. Yung 5-6, miski magaling kang businessman, you can earn if yung interest rate mo is 5-6. Kaya ako, sinasabi ko sa Land Bank and DBP, we gave plenty of money to them sa Rice Tarification Law at saka sa Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund at saka sa Coco Levy Fund. We gave money to them from government. Sabi ko, pautang nyo sa co-op at yung co-op ang magpautang sa farmer. Kasi pag hindi naman kaya ng farmer umutang sa Land Bank at DBP, they don't know how to process the loan, di ba? So, ang magandang magpautang sila, yung co-op na member sila, kasi kilala sila kahit nawala ng processing, alam kung ano ang capability nila to pay. Kaya ako sinasabi ko sa Land Bank and DBP, give the loan to the co-op and the co-op will be the one to lend the farmers. Kasi pag dumiretso sa inyo, hindi kaya. Kasi yung kanilang requirement na hindi kayang gawin ng farmer yon. Hindi kaya. Kasi kami, nasa housing kami, matatalino na yung bumibili ng bahay, hindi pa rin nakaka-process ng loan. Kami rin, may mga tao kami nagpo-process ng loan nila. Hindi nila kayang gawin yung paperwork ng loan. Kami ang nag-a-admin sa kanila. Di lalo na yung farmer. How can they do that? So it's really yung co-op ang pag-asa nila. And in many countries, like I went to India, the dalawa lang ang biggest dairy factory doon. One owned by the co-op and one owned by the government. At ang ano daw ng co-op doon, 1 billion, ang income, $1 billion. Kasi sila nag-e-export sa Middle East ng ano. And then the one who bought Alaska Milk in the Philippines is a Netherlands co-op of dairy farmer.
Naalala mo din, Madam Chairman, when we went to France in 2017 ba yun? Pumunta din po kayong dairy sa France. Puro cooperative din sila doon. Yung gumagawa ng cheese.
So talaga pag-asa natin, Secretary, is the co-op. Kasi sila lang ang makakaturo sa mga farmers how to do it, how to improve our value chain. Kasi kung yung mga farmers lang, they will not be able to do it. Masyado silang small to be able to do it. Dapat may co-op na magsasama-sama sila. Tapos meron silang, makakakausap sila ng supplier because they can supply a lot, diba? Together. But individually, hindi papakinggan. Walang economies of scale.
Siguro, Sec, tulungan na lang namin kayo. It's our first budget. So, kung nag-ano tayo nung first budget, you always, of course, beginners, ano yan mga beginners luck.
I gave 5% of the Coco Levy budget, yung Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Fund, 5% to CDA. I gave 5% to CDA.
I hope it's being given to
Because
them.
sabi nila, ang coconut farmers daw, walang co-op, mas marami daw co-op ang rice farmers. So when I wrote the law, I gave 5% of the budget, which is 250 million to CDA to form co-op for the coconut farmers.
coconut
So
farmers.
maybe we can give naman din to the to other farmers in the next budget.
On the next budget, Secretary, I've committed already to you and to Congress that we'll put a funding for your shared service facilities. I think that's a very good program. And your SB Corporation so that you can give out low interest loans to co-ops and of course MSMEs. Micro, small, and medium enterprises. So that's our commitment to you, Secretary, sa next budget cycle. Yun lamang po, Secretary. I don't want to belabor the point. There's other members who want to ask. Ang akin lang, remember when we first met, just two things. It's the investment house, the investment program for all these people that we are talking to abroad. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to bring in, and I'll be seeing you, Secretary, after all this, a big producer of electric vehicles in the U.S. He's the #1 contractor for e-vehicles for all the cities and towns in the U.S. Their buses, yung pang transport of children, electric vehicle na pala, California. I think he needs to build 1,000 buses, na e-buses a year. So sabi ko sa kanya, I was looking for places in the East Asia area. He wanted to go to Vietnam. Pinigil ko sila. Sabi ko, okay, pag Vietnam, punta mo na kayo dito sa atin. You come to the Philippines, we're English-speaking population. You will feel right at home, I promise you. So they're scheduling a trip after the Japan trip of the president. I'll go see you with them. And then that's what I mean. We have to have a nice, good program to show them para at least maengganyo talaga sila na pumasok sa atin. And then yung pangalawa, yung pricing lang, Sec, kasi I want to support this administration and we want to support them in making sure that food is affordable for everyone. There are low-lying fruits in this campaign of ours, and really it's mostly on the job of bantay merkado. Yan, may bantay presyo, DA daw to so we cannot use this for the DTI. Baka pwede mong lagyan ng programang bantay merkado kung saan nakabantay kayo at huhuliin nyo yung mga predatory pricing. You have a full support, Secretary. We just want to ingrain into you today how important the DTI is in the growth of this country, especially when we have a president who is a great salesman. Dapat yung follow-through na sa inyo So we're here to support. We just want to, makulit lang kami, Sec. Ganun talagang trabaho namin. Kasi lahat ng complete pupunta din sa amin. So I hope you appreciate lang our inputs. So thank you very much, Sec. And maraming salamat, Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Senate President. One quick question, Mr. Secretary. Alam po natin that traders are taking advantage, no, on the incapability of farmers not having cold chain facilities. So I think this is a crucial part of the investment of DTI and DA to ensure that we are able to extend the shelf life of these agricultural products. Kasi nabibiktima sila eh. Sa isip nila, onions will rot in the next 1 week. So benta na lang natin, no? Kahit mura. So ganun talagang nangyayari because government is not able to empower the farmers by providing cold chain facilities. So yun na nakikita natin eh, natatakot sila na mabubulok yung produkto nila. So they end up selling it, for a bargain. So anong take mo doon, Secretary?
Yun nga po ang nagtuturo sa atin ng solusyon, na i-implement natin, na matulungan yung farmers pagkaroon ng option na i-store yung mga produkto nila para sa presyo o magkaroon ng ibang alternative buyer, na hindi yung trader.
And traders should not be allowed to occupy those cold chain facilities. Dapat hindi pwede yung traders. Kung gusto nila yung government facilities na i-occupy, they have to invest on their own, but not use government facilities to store the produce of the farmers. I hope na makonsider niyo po, Secretary. Ray, thank you so much. And, before we move to the next speaker, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Grace Poe online, Senator Bongo, who is with us today, and Representative Jardine Jesus Romualdo. So at this point, may I recognize Representative Johnny Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone, especially to Senate President Mig Subiri. Mr. Secretary, I was going over your profile because each nominee that goes through the commission appointments, tinitignan po lahat natin, even your personal life, even your love life. I was surprised to see that you're already 74 years old. I thought you're only in your mid-60s. You look young. In fact, you look even younger than me. So, may I know, Mr. Secretary, what is your secret in staying young? Did you take some stem cells?
Nilalabanan po natin ang stress. Stress lang naman ang pinakamalaking killer sa mga tao eh.
Hindi po kayo nagpa-stem cell? Did you take some stem cell? Hindi pa kayo nagpa-test stem cell?
Pinag-iisipan pa.
Okay. But anyway, I can see that you're in very good health condition and I'm very sure that you're very fit to lead the DTI department. I also went over your work experience. You have a very exemplar work experience. You're a distinguished individual in the academic sector. You're president, Board of Regents of UP. And in the private sector, you were president, Management Association of the Philippines. And you were also involved as an advisor for the Asian Development Bank, correct? So in the corporate board sector, you were also involved in the SM Investments Corporation. So therefore, I believe that with your work experience, you'll be a very capable secretary to head the Department of DTI. I also went over your kinship with other government officials, Mr. Secretary, and I read that your daughter, Ana Carolina Pascual Sanchez, is an undersecretary and chief of staff to the secretary, DTI, and you have a nephew-in-law, Robert Alvin Arceo, who is also director of the DTI. Do you think this will not cause a problem in the performance of your duties and functions as secretary?
Your Honor, doon po muna sa daughter ko, malaki po ang experience ng daughter ko. No? She's a master's degree holder from the London School of Economics, and she studied economics and graduated from University of Houston. No? And she has done a lot of work, and I thought I needed somebody who could help me run the department, given the multifarious functions and responsibilities that this department secretary position entails. So sinama ko na rin po. So hindi po ako nag-appoint kay Chief of Staff Carolina Sanchez, na daughter ko. Ang nag-appoint po ay ang Pangulo. At fully disclosed po sa nomination ko yung relationship ko doon sa naging Chief of Staff ko. Yun naman pong nephew-in-law, inabutan ko na po sa DTI yun. Matagal na rin siya doon. More than 10 years or more. Hindi ko nga natatanong kung gano'ng katagal na siya doon. Pero buhat nung nakilala ko siya, trabaho na siya sa DTI. So,
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
wala po akong magagawa doon. Hindi ko naman siya pwedeng pakiusapang lumipat para wala akong kamag-anak na iba. At nagagawa naman po niya yung trabaho. Siya po ang inaasahan namin pagdating sa budgeting ng DTI. Itong si Mr. Arceo.
Yes, I fully understand, Mr. Secretary, that your chief of staff needs your trust and confidence. So ako din po, nung on my first term, it was my daughter who is a lawyer, work as my chief of staff. So naintindihan po natin yon. But this is just my advice to you, being in the government service, especially that you are occupying a very high position, you must be ready to answer. Alam niyo, pag nasa government sector ka, you are in the limelight, and you must be ready to answer in the future. Some people might ask these questions. So this is only a friendly advice to the secretary. I also had a paper, or rather a document, again, a supplemental document opposing your confirmation, but as I've said, I'm not objecting. Let me be very clear, I'm not objecting to your confirmation, but this is a lingering issue that has been hounding your confirmation since last November. So I would like to put this into rest. So siguro, can we scrutinize this, Mr. Chair? Because in every issue, there are always two sides of the coin, no? We might never know whether this complaint is legitimate or not. So, itong oppositors rather, already filed a complaint to you, if you recall, during our last hearing po, in which I also brought it up. Si Miss Genevieve Will Agabao, Emilindo Oriano Jr., Melvin Jones Panisa, and Freda Judith Milan. And I believe I was informed that they are also present here. Ano ba talaga ang status nitong apat nito? Because palagi sila na lang apat ang nagko-complain. Are they truly representing all the employees of PESA? Or they are just representing themselves in their own capacity, personal itong complaint nila? Because we have to put it in the proper perspective. The perception is that the whole rank and file of PESA is opposing filing a complaint. Pero tignan natin, this is also for your own benefit. As I've said, there are two sides of the coin. Ano naman itong nagko-complain, itong apat lang to. So may ano ba yung status nitong apat na nagko-complaint ngayon?
Pwede po ba bago ko sagutin yan, mag-upisa ako doon sa premise nila, no? Kung bakit nila ako dinadawit dito. Dinadawit ako dahil sinasabi na ako ang nag-appoint sa current OIC ng PESA na si Mr. Teo Panga. At paulit-ulit ko na rin sinasabi na hindi ako ang nag-appoint sa OIC ng PESA sa kasalukuyan. Ang pagiging OIC po ni Mr. Teo Panga ay dahil sa MC1 na inisyo ni Pangulong Marcos na sinasabi na yung inappoint ng previous president bababa at ang papalit yung senior next in rank. It so happened that the most senior next in rank is Mr. Teo Panga. So he assumed the position without me having to appoint him. So by the force of MC1, he became the OIC. Si Mr. Teo Panga po, 20 years na ando, inabutan ko na yan. Nakilala ko lang nga yan.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, let's not belabor that issue anymore. I do not want to go into details, Mr. Secretary. I just want to know, ano ba itong apat na ito? Are they permanent employees or what?
Okay.
Because their issue is that nagko-complain sila because it was not done in accordance with the Civil Service Commission. Now we know very well na pagdating doon sa Civil Service Commission, the rules and regulations pertains to permanent positions. Kaya nga, titignan natin whether I'm not taking this issue against you, but rather I'm trying to help you. Tinitignan natin ngayon whether their complaint are legitimate. So titignan natin ngayon, ano ba itong apat nito? Are they permanent, occupying permanent positions? Were they illegally terminated? Because if an employee is a permanent in the government service, she cannot be terminated at once without going through due process. And that is what we call illegal termination. However, if they are contractors, if they are JO, once their contracts are expired, wala na pong obligasyon ng agency dun. Kung JO naman, alam naman natin ang job order, it's on a monthly basis, depende yan sa authority ng head ng department. So that is why I want to put it in a proper perspective so that all of us will understand all the issues regarding this will be put into rest. Kasi pabalik-balik po ito. During the last hearing, merong complaint. Ngayon, this hearing na naman, nagpadala na naman si supplemental complaint. So, there is always a stain in the hearing. Gusto nga natin na makonfirm na po kayo para kayo makapatrabaho. So, let us also give us facts to enlighten the body. Ano ba talaga ang totoo? Baka naman hindi naman legitimate ito. Baka naman hindi ito mga permanent employees. Because from what I know, the permanent employees are protected by the Civil Service Rules and Commission. But however, contractor lang yan, depende yan sa contract. Pag job order yan, anytime, pwedeng hindi mo na i-renew ang job order. So what is the status of these complainants?
Before the Secretary,
Your Honor.
yes, before the Secretary responds, may I recognize Senator Francis Tolentino? And with the indulgence of Congressman Pimentel and the Commission, perhaps we can give a few minutes to the oppositors so that we can, the Secretary, the appointee will be able to objectively respond to the opposition.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think that would be better para malaman na rin po natin talaga ano bang totoo. Because, you know, in any complaint, sabi ko nga, dalawang side yan, no?
Yes.
Pwedeng yung nagko-complain dahil personal nilang interest, natanggal sila sa trabaho, gusto nilang bumalik, o meron naman talagang inopress talaga, tinanggal siya permanent position without any reason, tinanggal siya ng head. So we want to know so that we can move on and we can now decide on the confirmation of Secretary.
Okay, thank you, Representative Pimentel. The chair would like to know if the oppositors are here today, so you can take your seats. Miss Genevieve Win Agabao.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman Romaldo.
yeah. Ito bang nagko-complaint na to, nag-file ba ng ibang administrative body or dito lang sa CA? Did he file a case in the civil service or any court?
Yes, Congressman Romualdo, I understand that they initially filed the case before the civil service, and eventually they withdrew the case and filed, a similar case before the ombudsman.
Kailangan ba natin pakinggan to, Mr. Chair? Kasi paano kung ma-dismiss yung kaso ni Secretary? Just like sa atin sa armed forces, all the generals, they're fit to work. Kung magpa-file na yun, papile na lang, di ba? Kasi pwede naman mag-file yung gano'n yun. Nandun na pala sa ombudsman, nag-file na civil service, withdraw, nandun naman sa ombudsman. Paano naman? For me, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I suggest that we hear the oppositors because we want to know whether their opposition or their claim are legitimate. I want to know if they are permanent employees. If they are job orders or contractual, once your contract is expired, it is the prerogative of the head of agency to renew it or not to renew it. Wala ka nang habol doon. Now, ang assessment nila dito, they were illegally terminated. Now, let it establish whether it is true that they were illegally terminated. How can we establish something that we do not know anything about it? So we want to hear from them, ano ba itong kino-complaint ninyo? Legitimate ba itong complaint ninyo o hindi? Because if your complaint is not within the bounds of civil service rules and regulations, then it would be very unfair for the secretary na ma-impede itong confirmation niya just because of your personal interest. No? Kasi merong iba, grabyado dahil sarili na lang, gusto nilang bumalik, hindi makabalik. Kung wala naman sa ikangang rules and regulation ng civil service, alam muna natin, pag job order ka, you are at the mercy of the head of agencies. So we want to know. Pero we want to hear both sides because it would be very unfair also to Secretary Pascual kung hindi naman ikangang reasonable and justified yung legitimate yung complaint nila. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will yield to Representative Pimentel.
Thank you.
Basta establish lang nila na
Yes.
JO ba sila or regular.
Yeah, thank you,
Yes,
Congressman.
Thank you, Mr.
Romualdo.
Chair.
Yes, may I
Thank you.
proceed? Miss Freda Judith Milan, Mr. Emilindo Orellananedo, is he around? He's not. Mr. Melvin Jones Paniza, please take your seats. We now request the Secretary to administer the oath to the oppositors.
Tumayo po tayo ang ating mga oppositors at pakitaas ang kanang kamay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Mr. Chairman, the oppositors are now all under oath.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. May we ask the oppositors, who among you is allowed to speak in behalf? May I kindly identify yourself, Madam?
Your Honors, good morning. I am Freda Judith Liboon Milan.
Ma'am, you may proceed.
Okay, I am an employee of Philippine Economic Zone Authority, and I am a Community Development Officer, which is a plantilla position po. Okay, we're here because during the last time that we have this session, we're very happy and looking forward that Secretary Pascual promised to look into the matter of the mess in our office. And so after that, Yusek Bagro and Chief of Staff Carol Sanchez talked to me, in which I am looking forward that we'll be able to resolve this issue po. Then what happened is that the first thing they do is they want me to withdraw this opposition. But I was not able to read everything that the affidavit that they have prepared. But when I read it, there's nothing that resolved the issue po. Secretary po, ang problema po namin kasi, yung department order nyo, you give authority, yun po ang sinasabi, it gives the authority to ROIC to transfer, to hire, to terminate employees. Kasi ang akala namin before, hindi po kami ma-move. Kasi po, tinransfer po ako sa Iligan. Malayo po yun. Taga Butuan City po ako. So I am assigned in Misamis Oriental and Surigao. So what happened is 2 hours travel ko. Sa akin, ako lang nagta-travel, ako lang nagda-drive. 2 hours lang yun. If malipat ako sa Iligan, that will be 6 hours. Kaya nakiusap po ako. Kasi, ang alam ko, sa ora-ora, you don't just transfer people. O, sabihin na natin in the exigency of service, sabi nga, paano po yun? Bago lang po ako na-assign sa Surigao, 7 months pa lang. I only have time with my family Saturday and Sunday. So kung uuwi po ako dun sa kung Iligan po, wala na yung 2 hours. May asawa pa ako, may anak. For ilang years po, 2 days a week ko lang sila nakikita. So nakiusap lang naman ako. Kaya lang bakit umabot sa mga parang nahaharas na kami. In fact, dahil sa reklamo ko po, ang nangyari, first day of 2023, may memo na ako. So I have to protect myself. Kaya nagpatulong na nga ako kailangan may lawyer na. Ano ba naman yung sweldo namin? Can we afford a lawyer? Utang na lang kami, ganun. So, hindi po ba kami kasi yung common tao Sana naintindihan nyo. Yung pinipirmahan nyo na mga papeles is just a piece of paper. Siguro sa inyo sa dami. But marami po kaming affected. Siyempre marami po sa office namin kaya lang ayaw magsalita. Kasi takot sila. Merong na-demote, tataas ng sweldo pero yung trabaho nila pang maliit na employee. Pera din po yun ng gobyerno po.
All right, Ms. Milan, okay,
Yes.
please allow the appointee, Secretary Pascual, to respond.
Okay po.
Ms. Milan, hindi ba ang totoo ay naibalik ka na doon sa posisyon na dati mong hinahawakan?
Na-reinstate ko yung isang zone.
Just Secretary, you have to address the chair. This is a parliamentary body.
Sorry.
So, you address the chair so to avoid direct conflict.
Yes.
Pagsambong kayo dyan mamaya.
Mr. Chair, I was trying to say that the complaint of Ms. Milan that she was transferred to a place which gives her difficulty has already been resolved by her being reinstated to her original position. So there is no more basis for her complaint, Mr. Chair.
So, Ms. Milan, the Secretary just mentioned that you were reinstated to your original position. So, does that resolve your problem?
Kasi po, umabot po kami dito kasi hindi lang po sa akin. So yung solusyon para lang po sa akin. Kasi yes, na-reinstate ako una December 6. Pagdating ko sa office, may reinstatement na ako sa Misamis Oriental. Tapos noong December 15, meron na namang reinstatement sa Surigao. Ganito po, ano po yung special order? Nagtaka kami. Kaya kailangan ko talaga kasi nagtaka kami kasi yung special order, ako lang sa akin lang naka-address. Saka sa zone administrator namin sa Mactan. Samantalang yung ibang special order po, sa lahat po. So ano yun? Para kasing uncertain yung mga action na ginagawa po. Kasi po hindi naman po yung ang problema yung na transfer ako. Ang pinaka-problema po doon, yung department order po ng secretary na nag-authorize po na mag-transfer, kung ano sa human resources po ng PESA.
Mr. Chair, can I ask the oppositors?
Yes, Congressman Pimentel is recognized.
Mr. Chair, Ma'am Frida, ang complaint po ninyo dito ay you were unceremoniously transferred. And then yung rason ho ninyo dito, na-displace kayo, wala na kayong, hindi na kayo makauwi or what. So ngayon, nandun ka na sa dati mong posisyon. Oh. So in short, yung complaint ho ninyo ay na-resolve na. Kasi itong complaint ninyo dito, yun nga, you're pleading that you'll be retained in your position or your assignment. By virtue of the, Mr. Chair, of the order of Secretary Pascual, you have been retained. Now, as far as your personal complaint is concerned, I think that was addressed already. Now, Mr. Chair, 4 yung complainant. Anong pwede po ba natin tanungin din yung iba? Because as far as for me, in my opinion, as far as the Ma'am Frida is concerned, na-resolve na yung problema niya. Because your 4 complainants, iba-iba yung complaint ninyo. So isa-isa natin, no? Yung sa iyo po, wag mo nang pahabain pa yon na may order pa na kung anong order pa, case yung mga tao-tao pa, your complaint has been addressed already. So let's put that on record. Ngayon, pumunta tayo dun sa iba. Ano ang complaint nila, Mr. Chair?
All right, the chair would like to recognize Miss Genevieve Agabao.
Good afternoon po. Yes po, ako po yung isa pong complainant po. Bale, tama po, contractual po yung ko po, yung papers ko po. Pero sa pagkakaalam po kasi namin as contractual, sa MC3 po, extended po kami hanggang December 31. Pero 2022 po.
Mr. Chair, may I ask again the oppositor?
You go ahead.
Okay, Miss Genevieve, kailan po kayo na-hire sa PESA?
Nung po, June 2021.
As a contractual employee?
Opo.
Ngayon, yung contract nyo, gaano po katagal?
Every 6 months po yun nire-renew.
Every 6 months?
Opo.
So ilang beses po kayo na-renew?
Bale, 2 beses po.
So kailan ho nag-expire yung contract ninyo?
Nung October 17 po.
Yon. So, it's very clear, Mr. Chair. What is your job? Ano po ang trabaho ninyo, Mr. Chair? Jimmy?
SO2 po, under the Office of the Director General.
Anong trabaho ninyo?
Kami po yung tumatanggap ng mga emails. Sinasagot po namin yung mga emails galing sa mga
Staff
locators.
ni Deputy General. Okay. Alam nyo, ganito po yan Mr. Chair. Under the Civil Service Rules and Commissions, alam mo natin hindi po tayo mag-terminate ng permanent employee. Well, they're protected by the CAC rules and regulations. And that is why we created the Commission on Service, Civil Service, to protect precisely the rights of the employees. Pero may category po yung employees. Merong contractual, job order, and permanent. Now, it is very clear, Mr. Chair, si Ms. Genevieve po, pumirma po ng contract. Doon po sa contract, nandun po nakalagay 6 months. Now, dito po sa Senado, doon po sa Congress, meron din tayong contractuals. Let me state that it is the prerogative of the head of agency whether to renew or not to renew the contract. So, Ms. Genevieve, Alam ko, oppressed to kayo, that's how you feel, but that is our is standard operating procedure. In this case, the DTI has not violated any CEC rules because contractual po kayo. So, nasa prerogative na po ng DTI ho yun kung i-renew kayo o hindi. So, that not resolves, but we already know the case of Ms. Genevieve. Can we go again, Mr. Chair, to the next oppositor? Ano naman po ang problema niya? Para maisa-isa ho natin.
Mr. Melvin Jones Paniza is recognized.
Good morning, Your Honors. Actually po, halos para sa lang kasi contractual din po ako. I'm a photographer and videographer. And at the same time, pagka wala pong mga events or mga ibang ganap sa office, ako po ay tumutulong din sa mga pag-wire ng mga receive po namin, mga process ng visa or mga ganon. Ang sa akin din po kasi, yun lang yung bigla kaming pinadala ng letter na hindi na kami i-renew, na dapat ang in-expect namin is hanggang hanggang dapat December 31. So yun po. Yun.
Mr. Chair, can I ask the oppositor?
Yes,
Melvin, Sir Melvin, tanong ko po, hanggang kailan yung contract mo?
Binago yun, sir, actually nung pag upo ni BBM.
Wait, pumirma ka, doon muna tayo sa pumirma ka,
Yes,
diba?
yes.
Kailan ka ba kailan ka na-appoint?
Start din po ako ng June 14, 2021.
Okay.
22.
Every 6 months po yun,
Yes
di
po,
po ba?
Yes po.
Ngayon, kailan nag-end yung last contract mo?
That was September ba? October, mga ganun.
Okay.
Kasabay po kami.
Ang tanong ko po, Mr. Chair, kung let's say, assuming nag-end yung contract mo October 31, were you terminated before October 31? Yung po ang tanong ko, Mr. Chair. Nag-end, let's say, yung contract mo October 31, terminate ka ba nung head of agency before October 31? Or hindi na lang ni-renew yung expire ng contract mo?
Hindi na po na-renew.
Okay. So your was not terminated prior to the expiry of his contract. Ang complaint po niya, hindi na lang siya ni-renew. Now, Mr. Chair, we have already established the facts of the three oppositors. Now, may we go to Emilindo or Rilada Jr., Mr. Chair?
he is not around, Congressman Pimentel.
Ano po bang status nitong si Emilindo? Hindi po ba na-renew ito or was he rehired?
Hindi rin po siya na-renew, sir. Naka-province po siya ngayon.
Contractor din.
Yes po.
So in short, Mr. Chair, based on the statements from the oppositors, it is very clear that these are contractual employees that were not renewed. So there is now the filed a complaint because they feel na na-oppress na sila. Mr. Secretary, tatlong tao lang mo yan. Hindi ba ninyo pwedeng i-hire na lang ninyo para matapos na?
Your Honor,
Ano ba yung si Emilindo? May interesado pa siya o hindi na?
Meron po,
Ha? Na-reinstate niyo si Emilindo.
oo.
Hindi rin po na-renew.
Ha?
Chairman, umuwi po
Mr.
sa kantilan sa Surigao.
So, Chair, may I ask the Secretary, kasi itong complaint nila, napakaliit na bagay ito.
Oo.
I think if I were the Secretary, if I were the Governor, or whoever I'm the head of agency, we can remedy this Yan lang naman Alam nyo, pag binigyan ko kayo ng trabaho, lab na kayo niyan. Hindi na yan. I'm very sure that is only their complaint dahil hindi sila na-renew. So, Mr. Chair, it is now the ball is in your game. We have already established that there were no violations that were done the Department of Trade and Industry Secretary, DTI, but then, for humanitarian reasons, and then yung complaint nga nila, para hindi niya maglaktak ng talaktak, di i-hire ninyo yan. 3 tao lang yan.
Your Honor,
Before the Secretary responds, may I recognize
yes,
the Senate?
Your Honor. Gusto ko
I
lang
would like to
po na-
recognize the Senate President.
No, please allow him. I don't want him to lose his train.
All right, okay.
Please go ahead, Secretary.
Secretary, you may proceed.
Your Honor, gusto ko lang pong ipabatid sa komisyon na napadala na po ng email yung 3 contractual employees na hindi na-renew yung contract at pina-apply sila sa mga posisyon na available ngayon for humanitarian reasons.
But for the record, Mr. Secretary, and for my distinguished colleagues, to my distinguished colleague, Senator, Congressman Pimentel, we appreciate totally your efforts for humanitarian concerns to be able to assist these gentlemen and ladies. Pero the fact of the matter is, it is very clear na hindi irregular mga ginawa ng Secretary dito. Kasi head of agency din ako na yun. I'm with the Senate. And this lady beside me used to be the Secretary of the Senate. She's now the Secretary of the CA. So we deal a lot with the job orders and contractuals. Very clear that if it's not renewed, wala talaga tayong magagawa pag hindi siya, that is the prerogative of the appointing agency. On the issue of transfer, ma'am, doon naman kaya ma'am ang Iligan o ang Butuan City. Kasabot ka Bisaya, ma'am? Bisaya, mamitanan din eh. Ako gani, taga Bukidnon ko, pero I work here in the Senate. I want to go home every weekend to Bukidnon. I'm the #1 complainant. I would like to also spend more time in my province and my beloved Mindanao. But we're working here. That's part of the job. That's the job. That's what the job entails. Diba? So, government bureaucrats should not be spoiled to be told where to go. But at a moment's notice, ganyan talaga kami. Pag may bagyo sa Sulu, punta kaming Sulu para makatulong. Sa Dumaguete, kung may flood, punta kaming Dumaguete to help. So I mean, I understand your position. It's an inconvenience, but importante, hindi ka nawala ng trabaho. That is a lateral transfer. That was not a demotion. I understand your point. Maraming nagmingi sa akin ng tulong ng mga sundalo tsaka police kung sana i-assign na sila sa kanilang mga tahanan, mga home base, pero wala tayong magawa kasi trabaho nilang magsilbi sa iba't ibang parte ng Pilipinas eh. So, my point is I don't think this is enough to make a dent on our recommendation to approve on committee level the appointment of the Secretary. Although, take in consideration what our distinguished colleague from Surigao del Sur says, is saying, na if you have ilan lang naman ito eh. So pwede mo na lang silang tulungan. That is the DTI. The DTI, they make things happen. They make solutions. Di ba? Problem solvers kayo eh. So gusto natin ma-employ lahat ng tao. So tulungan na lang natin sila. But without further ado, with the permission of Congressman Pimentel, after he does his final statements, I already would like to move for the approval of this gentleman in committee level and refer him to plenary. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Chair, last manifestation.
Congressman Pimentel, you
I'll
may
just
proceed.
be very brief. Mr. Secretary, earlier I said you look very young. For you to stay young, you must be stressed less. No? Dapat mawala stress-free. Eh, yung 3 ho yun, na-stress na ho yan. Para hindi na ho kayo lahat ma-stress, tanggapin nyo na ho yan. So I hope that you'll stay true to your word. Let us be very kind to our fellow countrymen for humanitarian reasons. Yung 3, yung si Frida na-retain naman, yung 3, there is already an email for you to apply. So pumunta na lang po kayo doon, mag-apply na ho kayo. So, Mr. Chair, I have established the facts of the case and I rest my case.
Thank you, Congressman Pimentel. So if there are no more questions or objections, may we now excuse the oppositors. Thank you so much for your time. Maraming salamat sa inyo.
Burang abogado.
So
Parang abogado ba?
the chair would like to recognize our Vice Chair, Monching Guico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Alfredo Espinosa Pascual as Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry.
There's a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to
Second,
confirm
Mr.
the
Chairman.
interim appointment of Mr. Alfredo Espinosa Pascual as Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. Is there any objection? There being none, the same is hereby approved. Congratulations, Secretary Pascual. Vice Chair is recognized.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you to the commission.
Mr. Chair, with no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
On motion of our Vice Chair and duly seconded, there being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned.
14th plenary session of the Commission appointments and the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May call the Vice Chairperson of this prestigious Commission appointments, Vice Chair Ramon Guico, to lead the chamber in prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please stand up. Almighty and ever-living God, we thank you for your goodness, for the gift of life, and for the gift of family. May your example be always in our minds and hearts as we fulfill our duties as public servants. We ask that you grant us with your wisdom and guide us as we fulfill our constitutional mandate today. All this we pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Secretary, please call the roll call of members.
The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Virginel G. Biron, Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Joseph Victor G. Ejercito,
Present.
Francis Chis G. Escudero, Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Albert S. Garcia, Greg G. Gasataya,
Present.
Christopher Bongo, Ramon N. Guico Jr., Risa Ontiveros, Loren Legarda, Oscar Oca G. Malapitan, Rodante D. Marcoleta, Aimee R. Marcos, Lani Mercado Revilla, Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Johnny T. Pimentel, Grace Poe,
Present.
Jordine Jesus M. Romualdo, Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr.,
And 14.
Cynthia A. Villar. The chairperson is present.
With 14 members present and 3 members online, the chair hereby declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the journals of the plenary sessions held 7 and 14th of December 2022 and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of Committee on Trade and Industry on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Alfredo Espinosa Pascual as Secretary, Department of Trade and Industry. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There being no objection to the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Trade and Industry, Congressman Virginel Biron, be recognized.
The distinguished gentleman from the great province of Iloilo, Congressman First Biron, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, my esteemed colleagues, there is no prosperity without trade, no progress without industry. It is the bloodstream of all governments. Commercial exchange fuels economic growth, reduces inequality, widens opportunity, and raises the standard of living of our countrymen. Therefore, our country's economic survival rests in the efficient and effective management of our Department of Trade and Industry. So today, it is my honor to sponsor the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Alfredo Espinosa Pascual, guided by no consideration other than that of his integrity, his competence, and his fitness. After thorough investigation and inquiry, Mr. Pascual has demonstrated that his integrity is intact. He is amiable, cultured, dependable, and highly principled. His competence to discharge the duties of the Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry is best measured through his academic prowess, substantial work experience, and achievements, as he held high-ranking positions and performed significant role as manager, economist, administrator, teacher, advisor, and leader throughout his career. He is a renowned academician, a top-rate international banker, and financial expert. At the age of 26, he was Assistant Vice President for Corporate Finance in the Philippine Pacific Capital Corporation, now RCBC Capital. Soon, he became the Vice President for Investment Banking of First Metro Investment Corporation in 1976, and thereafter, Vice President for International Finance of the State Investment House Incorporated in 1978 to 1979, all the while working as a part-time lecturer of Ateneo de Manila University from 1973 to 1978. For 19 years, he worked with the Asian Development Bank, holding positions as Senior Investment Officer, Director of Infrastructure Finance, Director of Private Sector Operations, and Advisor for Public-Private Partnership. He was part of the ADB World Panel on Financial Water Infrastructure and actively participated in consultations with investors, bankers, policymakers, academics, NGOs, and civil society organizations in Manila, Washington, D.C., The Hague, Johannesburg, Paris, and London. He became president and co-chair of the Board of Regents of UP Diliman on February 2011 to 2017. As president, he is credited for transforming the state university into a research-intensive university for strengthening public service through organized relief operations and disaster management trainings, and for forging partnerships with the private sector to build revenue-generating projects such as the UP Town Center in Diliman, among others. In January 2018 until December 2019, he became president and CEO of the Institute of Corporate Directors. In 2021, he became president of the Management Association of the Philippines, an exclusive organization advocating for management excellence. His confirmation today is widely supported on record by many leaders of the business and scientific community all over the country, namely, among others, the various chapters of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Philippine Exporters Confederation, various growers and farmers associations, marketing, agriculture, and producers cooperatives, and micro, small, and medium enterprises development councils. Even the Department of Trade and Industry Employees Union believe in his brand of visionary leadership and express their unequivocal support for his confirmation. His body is still able, his mind is still strong, and his heart can take it. I am confident as to his holistic fitness to take on this challenging and noble task of leading the Department of Trade and Industry to a vigorous and progressive future in line with his administration's socio-economic goals. I, therefore, expeditiously but judiciously, promptly but with circumspection, move for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Alfredo Espinosa Pascual as Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Yes, Mr. Chair, before we act on the motion, there are a number of members of the commission who would like to deliver their seconding speeches. The first will be our Vice Chairperson, Ramon Guico Jr. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished Chairperson of the Commission on Appointments, Congressman Ramon Guico, is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and dear colleagues of the Commission, Secretary Pascual is a well-rounded individual who held various important positions, both in the government and in the private sector. His education and experience as a banker, financial expert, and educator will help him deliver his priority plans to fulfill the primary mandates of the DTIs in creating jobs, supporting businesses, and protecting the consumers. I also support his advocacy to reduce processing time of all public transactions and guarantee accessible and convenient delivery of the department's service to the public. All things considered, I second the motion to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Alfredo Pascual as Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. Congratulations.
Mr. Chair, the next to deliver the seconding speech, his seconding speech is our Assistant Minority Leader, Johnny Pimentel, Congressman Johnny
The
Pimentel. I move that he
distinguished
be
gentleman from Surigao del Sur, Congressman Johnny Pimentel, is recognized.
Mr. Chair, before the Commission on Appointments is an academician, a public servant, a man of science, and a masterful captain of the industry. He has the honor of being named Secretary of Trade and Industry. His tour of duty spans decades in both private and public spheres. He joined the academe as well as the public service in the days of 1969 when he became a chemistry instructor in the University of the Philippines. He later served as lecturer in the Ateneo de Manila University from 1973 to 1978. He was chairperson of the Asian Institute of Management in 1980 to 1989 and later returned to the University of the Philippines system as alumni regent from 2009 to 2010. He assumed as president and co-chair of the Board of Regents of the UP system from 2011 to 2017. Secretary Fred also accumulated much experience in the private realm, where he served as industrial engineer of Procter & Gamble from 1970 to 1972. He was project manager of Bancom Development Corporation in 1972 to 1974. In 1974 to 1976, Secretary Fred was Assistant Vice President for the Corporate Finance, Philippine Pacific Capital Corporation. Later, he was Vice President for Investment Banking, First Metro Investment Corporation from 1976 to 1977, and as Vice President of International Finance State Investment House Incorporated from 1978 to 1979. He served in the Asian Development Bank as advisor to public-private partnership from 1989 to 2008. After his most competent presidency in UP, he served as the president and CEO of the Institute of Corporate Directors from 2018 to 2019, and later as president of the very prestigious Management Association of the Philippines in 2021 to 2022. Secretary Pascual was trustee to various lofty institutions serving the people, namely International Rice Research Institute, Philippine Institute for Development Studies, Finance Academy, Institute of Corporate Directors, Institute for Solidarity in Asia, and presently in the UP Foundation Incorporated. He also takes a wide array of expertise as independent director in Asia Best Group International Incorporated, Enderon Colleges Incorporated, Concepcion Industrial,
Megawide Construction Corporation, and SM Investments Corporation, characterized as a amiable, cultured, mild-mannered, dependable, compassionate, and highly accomplished. There stands to be no one who would be a better option as the captain of the Department of Trade and Industry. It is indeed certain that he will surely lead well the department tasked as the main economic catalyst that involves innovative, competitive, job-generating, inclusive business and empowers consumers. Mr. Chair, therefore, I second the motion for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Fred Pascual.
Mr. Chair, next to give his seconding speech is Congressman Oscar Oca Malapitan.
The gentleman from the city of Caloocan, Congressman Oscar Malapitan, is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, sa aking mga kasama sa komisyon. Isang magandang hapon po. Isang malaking karangalan na segundahan ko ang kumpirmasyon ng isang katutubong Caloocan, kung tawagin ay Batang Caloocan. Si Alfredo Espinosa Pascual bilang kalihim ng Department of Trade and Industry, anak ng dating empleyado sa munisipyo at tindera sa Caloocan. Nagtapos si Fred bilang isang honor student sa Caloocan Central Elementary School. Sinundan niya ito ng kanyang pagtatapos sa high school sa UST bilang valedictorian at scholar ng National Science Development Board sa University of the Philippines. Sa madaling salita, likas ang galing at talino ni Fred kung kaya't hindi nakapagtataka na agad nang naimbitahan si Fred na magtrabaho o pumasok sa pinakamalaki at mayayamang mga kumpanya, hindi lamang dito sa ating bansa, kung pati na rin sa ibang bansa. Higit sa lahat, sinigurado ni Fred na sabay ang kanyang pag-asenso sa pag-angat din ng kanyang komunidad. Nahalal si Fred bilang ika-20 Pangulo ng University of the Philippines, ang unang non-faculty na nahalal sa posisyon na ito bilang Pangulo. Ginamit ni Fred ang kanyang talino sa numero at negosyo upang magsimula sa mga proyekto na makatutulong sa paghahanap ng pondong ilalaan sa pagsasaayos at pagpapaganda ng universidad. Gayon din, sa gayon, buo ang aking loob sa pagmamalaki na aking sinisigundahan o pinapangalawan ang kumpirmasyon kay Ginoong Alfredo Espinosa Pascual bilang kalihim ng Department of Trade and Industry.
Mr. Chair, last to deliver her sponsorship speech on the floor, though she insisted to have it read into the records, but I insisted for her to read it kasi namimiss na natin yung voice niya para tayo nanonood ng dayaw. It's our favorite Tita Ganda, Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be recognized.
A distinguished lady senator from the province of Antique, the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. It is from Antique, Laguna, Malabon, Marikina, and the Philippines. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I was about to ask that it be referred into the records because I was used to the last Commission on Appointments last year when many of the speeches were simply inserted into the record, but I saw that there was still time, so allow me to just read a few pages of what we want to say about our nominee whom we are confirming today, especially that I heard from former mayor of my city, Caloocan, taga dun din po ako, kaya nagagalak ako. Anong tawag natin? Congressman Malapitan, Batang Kangkalo. Tama? Batang Kangkalo. Kasi po, ang inyong lingkod ay isang batang kangkalo, hindi po nyo na itatanong. Alam po ni Congressman Malapitan. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, I have the honor and privilege of supporting the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Alfredo Espinosa Pascual as Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. Mr. Alfredo Pascual is one of the country's finest minds. He has refined systems and society with his work as an academic leader, management educator, good governance advocate, and international development banker. He has served reputable institutions as a finance professor at the Asian Institute of Management from 1980 to 89, led key positions in the Asian Development Bank, the ADB, from 1989 to 2008, serving as the University of the Philippines Systems Alumni Regent in 2009 and 2010, subsequently elected as a UP president and co-chair from 2011 to 2017, and thereafter held the post of the president and CEO of the Institute of Corporate Directors, ICD, in 2018 and 2019. Mr. Pascual took the helm of the Management Association of the Philippines until he was appointed secretary of the DTI in June of 2022. The authority and the responsibilities involved in carrying out the DTI mandate are no easy tasks, especially during this time of pandemic recovery. The job requires strong and decisive leadership that can spur enhanced trade systems and policies while hurdling the challenges inflicted by the unprecedented global health crisis, impaired international trade brought about by the Russian-Ukraine war, and disrupted global supply chains, among others. As we recover from the pandemic, trade is central to our development agenda. Robust trade creates jobs, promotes entrepreneurship, attracts capital and foreign earnings, and fosters innovative processes. These are vital for sustainable development and reducing poverty, and for supporting the country's local industry and foreign trade growth as well. Mr. Chairman, I am confident that the kind of leadership that Mr. Alfredo Pascual possesses is what we need to address the overwhelming challenges our trade and industry face today. Nourished by his expertise and wealth of experience relevant to the mandate of the DTI, Mr. Alfredo Pascual's fitness for the position is unquestionable. If I may, it was during his presidency at the University of the Philippines that I was hailed as UP's 2013 Distinguished Alumna for Environmental Protection and Climate Change Adaptation, which award was conferred by him and the UP Alumni Association. Maraming salamat, pero hindi po ito sukli sa binigay nyo sa akin 10 years ago. Mr. Chairman, it is thus my honor to join the sponsor in moving for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Alfredo Espinosa Pascual as Secretary of Trade and Industry and as author of the MSME law way back in 2007. I earnestly hope, and I know, and we've talked about it, that the DTI as the main implementer of the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Law, which is a driving force and the engine of the Philippine economy, MSMEs being 99.5% of our local economy, he will ensure that all programs of the DTI, including Negosyo, OTOP, DTI SSF, and all other programs, including the regional trade fairs and MSME programs in other agencies of government where the DTI can assist, as well as the Innovation Act, where the NEDA and the DTI are members of the board and co-implementers of this relatively new law way back in 2019. I am certain that with his expertise, with his discipline of his mind, and the experience that he has, that we are in good hands in the Department of Trade and Industry. Having said that, I support my distinguished colleagues' support for Mr. Alfredo Pascual as Secretary of Trade and Industry. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Mr. Chair, there's one more member of the commission who would like to deliver his seconding speech and 100% support for full support for Secretary Pascual. Move that we recognize Senator Bongo.
A distinguished colleague from the great city of Davao, no other than Senator Bongo is recognized. Christopher Bongo.
And Batangas.
And Batangas.
Batanggenyo Tesoro po. Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, I take the floor to second the motion to confirm the ad interim appointment of Secretary Alfredo Pascual as Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. Our appointee here today is well known to many as an accomplished international development banker, finance expert, and a prominent figure in the academe. He is admired by his peers and colleagues for his brilliance and excellent managerial skills. No doubt he is fit for this post. Now that we transition to the recovering from the harsh impacts brought about by the pandemic, mahalaga po na matugunan at masilip natin kung saan po natin pwede mapagtibay ang mga programa natin na nakatutok sa mga mahirap. Our countrymen more than ever are in dire need of direct support and assistance from the government. Mahalaga po na iparating natin sa kanila ang mensahe ng gobyerno na nandito para tumulong at handang umalalay sa ating mga kababayan para sila ay muling makabangon lalo na sa mga labis na naapektuhan. Ang ating mga MSMEs, maliliit na negosyante at iba pa. Tulungan natin sila since they play a vital role in job creation and significantly contribute to our country's economic development. Secretary Pascual, I appeal to you to build on the momentum of the Duterte administration at tiwala po ako na in this current administration with the leadership of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., mas marami pa kayong matutulungan at mas lalakas pa ang inyong mga programa para sa ating mga kababayan. Lalong-lalo na po yung mga maliliit na negosyante, yung mga mahihirap. All this being said, I reiterate my full support for the ad interim appointment of Secretary Pascual. Maraming salamat sa pagsiservisyo sa ating mga kababayan. Mabuhay po kayo. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Go.
Mr. Chair, Congressman Marcoleta, and likewise GP Padiernos cannot attend the plenary session but wishes to have their seconding speech be incorporated in the journal of today's session. I so move, Mr. President.
We take note of the motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Commission confirms the ad interim appointment of Mr. Alfredo Espinosa Pascual as Secretary, Department of Trade and Industry. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Before
Chair,
we, yes,
on the
please.
part of the minority, we support the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Fred Pascual as Secretary of Department of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Congressman Pimentel. But before we act on the motion, I would just like to put on record a short manifestation. Mr. Secretary, your department is key to the growth of our nation. I think it's key to nation building, to the 6 to 8% GDP growth rate that the President would want us to achieve in the next 5 years to be able to be a middle income country. Your department is key and very important. You will become the #1 marketing man of our nation. So wherever you go, I'm sure bukang bibig nyo po ay imbitahin ang ating mga foreign investors sa ating bansa, pati na rin ang ating mga local investors. Pangalawa, you will become big brother to many sectors, the micro, small, medium enterprises, the cooperatives, the foreign investors and local investors alike. You will be their big brother. But most important of all, for me, I think and I believe, Mr. Secretary, ikaw po yung ating magiging pambansang tagabantay ng mga presyo at bilihin sa merkado. Yan ay napakahalaga. Marami po na yun ay sumasamantala sa ating mga kababayan sa predatory pricing and smuggled goods. Talagang makakatulong po kayo. Believe it or not, in your position, you can help bring down these prices and you can help bring down our inflation in totality. Dahil ito po ay food prices are 36% of our total inflation costs. So, Secretary, we wish you all the luck. And we will not delay this any further because marami pa po kayong gagawin para sa ating bansa. Kaya, without further ado, the ad interim appointment of Secretary Alfredo Espinosa Pascual as Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry is hereby confirmed. Congratulations, Mr. Secretary. And before we act on any other motion, Majority Leader, it is also the birthday of our dear colleague, Congressman Abet Garcia. We would like to greet him a happy birthday. Maski na po, wala siya dito. Oo, dapat magpakain po siya. Dahil yan ang tradition sa CA. Okay, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I hope that Congressman Abet Garcia brings the famous Gabi ice cream
Ayun.
from Bataan,
From Bataan.
next session. So, Mr. Chair, there being no other matters discussed, I move to adjourn this session.
There's no objection to the motion. The motion is approved. Session is adjourned. Maraming